Welcome back to Solynod Hex, everyone. Today we're holding a one-shot in Solynod Hex. Today Shandrak is sick, so we have Tenzi for a one-shot in Atreska. And the premise of today's session is Tenzi has met the Etruscan warrior brave known as Tough Hawk, and he has been invited to cross the fruited plains to a frontier area where the settlers have reached but have not advanced past. And there's an inn there. They're reaching the end of a day of travel, and Tough Hawk wants to stay at the inn before they continue on. And so, Tenzi, at this time, if you haven't already done so, go ahead and add 490 points to your player character. And we'll move right into that encounter on the fruited plains. So the conditions are twilight, and the time is gonna be it's about 7 p.m. November 28th. It's the last day of November. Wait, actually, let's make it a more special day. Yeah, 28th. Okay. So tonight is the night where there's like no moon. So you look at the sky, the moon is just this tiny, tiny little sliver on November 28th. And it's 11 AE 5. So it's very, very dark. You can see off into the west, it's just flat land. And far off into the west, you can see the very tippy top of the sun going down into the distance. And all around you is wild wheat. Kind of blowing in the wind. There's just kind of a light breeze. And let's see, Tough Hawk is going to be probably on a wild horse. So Tough Hawk's riding this wild horse in between you and your no, he's your full brother, right?
Yeah.
Zalmond?
Yes, he is.
Triska. So he's riding this wild horse, and he says to you,
"The inn is not much farther. Enjoy your time on the fruited plain. It does not last forever. Once we pass these frontier lands, the wild wheat will end."
Tenzi says, "This is an openness I've not seen in a long time, but we must be on our guard, for the light of Lucius is leaving us, and that is when evil will come out."
It's very wise to say so. The little people roam these lands. Do you know of the little people?
I do not.
Unfortunately, they're very wicked. And if you don't keep your wits, they may take your life, or worse. There are two kinds. They're known as stone throwers and the puckwudgies. They are both very wicked.
Then let us double our vigilance.
and so you guys ride on for a while, and the sun goes down, and off in the distance, right before the sun goes down, you can see a building. And all around you is this wild weed. You can barely see what's left of it. As the sun goes down, you can see like far ahead is where it ends. And it seems like there's a natural border between the fruited plains and where he described the borderlands were. Because just off the edge of the wild wheat is where the building lies. And this wheat is like nothing you've ever seen. So have you ever seen, let's see, what's that? The newest Alien movie that came out in 2017? Alien Covenant?
I haven't.
Okay. So, the kernels on the wheat are the size of, probably about the size of like a Concord grape. Just enormous kernels on this wheat. And your horses like can barely hold back the the urge to chomp on it. It's like they kind of stick their lips out, as they pass these stalks. And for the last few days, as you've been roaming the fruited plains, your horses have gotten a little fatter feeding on this stuff. It's noticeable. They're like, you kind of have to keep your knees a little further apart. as you ride. And after spotting the building, maybe 5 more minutes pass. And off in the distance, you can see some floating objects between you and the edge of the sunlight. And they are high up in the sky. You can see the sunlight is still hitting them, so you can see them from underneath. And as they get a little closer, it seems like Tough Hawk gets kind of nervous.
What is it, my friend?
So it looks like there's 2 of them, and he's kind of squinting his eyes and holding his hand up to like block what's left of the sunlight. And he kind of he nods his head quickly and says,
It's what I thought. Big heads, and they're coming this way.
and he seems to be like preparing for battle. He pulls out his club.
Okay,
And he says,
Musashi,
Steel yourself, my friend.
we will. And Tenzi signals to the others, and Musashi gets his bow out. What is the weather today?
so there is a light breeze with no precipitation.
All right, so, yeah, we'll just prepare.
So there's no surprise. And they are currently about 36 squares in front of you, with an altitude of about 50 feet. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh, and I'll make them give off just a little bit of light so that you can see them as they approach. 0 feet of white light. Okay, so there's 1 and 2. And 50 feet is one rocket, right?
Yes.
And we're now in initiative phase. They seem aggressive. You can kind of hear them laugh as they approach. They sound really strange. They're going like with this weird demonic laugh as they approach. And you can see little spats of fire emitting from somewhere on their face. You can't really tell at this distance. So they are enormous man-like heads covered with thick hair. They lack any sort of body, but move about on two paws with long, sharp claws. And they are flying at a speed of 20. So much quicker than a human walks. And they are 6 feet in diameter, which makes them medium creatures.
Ashriel will need 1 extra attack, and Musashi will need 2.
Okay, Ashriel, 1 extra attack. Musashi, 2. And Tough Hawk. I think Tough Hawk needs 2. All right, looks like we're ready. So I'm just going to advance the turn order tracker to 1 minute past 7. Actually, yeah. That's when you guys spotted the big heads at 7. First up is Ashriel.
Ashriel's going to hold momentarily because they're slightly out of his range.
All right. And Tenzi.
Tenzi will cast Vengeful Strike upon Tough Hawk.
Okay. So then he needs Vengeful Strike motes. So add Vengeful Strike. Whoops. Strike motes. And how many motes does he get?
18.
18. So 18 little motes begin floating around Tough Hawk. And I guess I'll give him red 1. Will be Vengeful Strike. Red dot 1.
180 rounds.
Okay. Go +1. And red dot 1. Okay. And Tinsy gets, what level is that? 5?
4.
4. So Tinsy gets 400 points. Next up is one of the big heads. So they are still pretty far, but they have 50 feet of altitude. So it looks like they go into a dive. And that increases their movement. They're going to dive all the way down to 5 feet off the ground. So they get, let's see, 45 feet plus 100. So 145 feet. And they arrive there after their dive. And it looks like they have fire coming out of their eyes.
That seems ominous.
And they're giving off that kind of demonic laugh as they approach. And next up is Musashi.
Musashi will fire an arrow at them. He used his Ki cry.
Hiya! Soot! Soot!
I think this is short range, 12 squares. Better double check that. It is medium range.
So I'm just changing their markers from one rocket to one airplane. And are you hitting the top one or the bottom one?
Top one, and then I would have lower ground, or would it?
No, you'd have same height because they're about 5 feet off the ground and you're about 5 feet off the ground.
Okay.
And from this distance, you can see that they are literally big giant heads with like flipper feet and, claws. They are definitely shieldless. So that -5 hits that AC3 and they're medium creatures, so you cause 7 damage as your arrow flies through the air.
And then I'll have Astral take his turn, and he will fly up to meet. And he'll go after that top one also.
All right. What is your altitude when you arrive there?
It is going to be 10 feet.
So you now get the higher ground. And they are definitely shieldless. That -11 hits with a confirmed crit, and you cause 12 damage with your no dachi +3.
All right, that's it for me then.
All right, next up is Tough Hawk, who is going to ride up fearlessly to the big head on the north side. And when you're riding a mount, your character has reach beginning with any square that the mount occupies. So he can reach one in front of his horse to either big head, but he's choosing to strike this one directly in front of his horse. And he's attacking with his club. So you notice that this club is no ordinary club that you're used to from Panoplia and Adria. It's not just a length of wood like you remember, what was the little boy's name on the Dungeons and Dragons cartoon? Was it Hank?
Yeah.
So you remember his club was kind of tapered like a baseball bat. It was like fat at one end and he'd hold it from the thin end. It's not like that. This club, it seems to be carved from a piece of wood similar to what a shillelagh looks like. So it's a kind of a slightly curved stick, and at the heavy end there's kind of like a ball joint carved out, and the whole thing kind of takes the appearance of what they call a Hawkeye. And he strikes the big head fiercely as he rides up. Shorter melee, same elevation, and no mods. -6 beats AC 3, and he causes 6 damage to the big head with his club. War hooping all the way.
Yeah! Yeah!
And next up is Zalmand.
Zalman urges Ruckus on and he charges the southern one with the heavy lance.
Alright. With the shieldless line, -4 beats AC 3, and you cause 19 damage to the big head as you pierce it with your lance. And so the lance has a rate of fire melee, unless he's like specialized. I don't think he is. I think it's like 1 every 2 rounds, so it kind of gets not off balance, but like just kind of out of place.
Right.
So 19 damage as you pierce into the big head. Next up is Ashriel's multiple attack.
Yep. Once more with the Nodachi.
And on the shieldless line, 1 versus AC 3 hits for 12 damage. And Musashi's second shot, hopefully he rolled
he
for a
didn't do
call
well.
shot.
He did not, so I'm going to wait till the end.
Okay. To switch to something else, or just do a call shot at the end?
Yeah, just do call shot at the end.
Okay. So Tough Hawk war hoops again and strikes with his club, fiercely attacking the big head. Shorter melee, same elevation. No mod. With a confirmed crit, causing 11 damage to the big head. and Musashi again. And this is the final attack one on the round, so you can take both his attacks with called shots now. -4 to hit for a called shot.
And he's going to go for the north one.
All right, on the shieldless line, -9 beats AC 3 with a confirmed crit, causing 12 damage, and the big head survives.
No, we got one more. Let's see if we can do it again.
The arrow goes wide. 6 versus AC 3 is a miss. Okay, end of round. Was anyone else waiting?
Nope.
And I don't mean to be anticlimactic, but I do need a quick bathroom break. So let's take a quick 3-minute break. We'll be right back. We'll get a snack and a drink. So, got 3 minutes of pre-roll and starting now. And we got about 15 seconds left. Alrighty. So, we're now in initiative phase. Are you there, Tenzi?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So it looks like the big heads are getting ready to attack. As is Tough Hawk with his club again. And then just let me know when you're done rolling.
Yeah, it's going to be about a minute or so when I figure out what I'm doing with 10Z.
So Tough Hawk is a strikingly handsome young Etruscan warrior dressed in leather and wielding a club and a short bow. His headdress has one particularly long feather. Tinsy going for that probability control.
Yeah.
Plus or minus 30% on a thief skill, or plus or minus 6 on a 1d20 roll. Could be a proficiency check or a attack roll. The area of effect is one creature of his choice within 90 feet.
I'm done now, thanks.
All right. So time now is 7:03. First up is one of the big heads. So that's the one directly in front of Zalamond. And the big head is going to reach out to attack Zalamond 3 times. Left claw, right claw, bite, shattering 3 of his stone skins. And who cast stone skin on Zalamond?
Shandrak.
Oh, okay,
The
Shandrak.
Zalman. Yeah.
So he is a 13th level mage. And the 4th attack is a... it's essentially, so you know Superman's heat vision that he shoots out of his eyes. So it's like 2 red, fiery, like laser beams. So that's what this big head does to Zalamon. So that's going to shatter a 4th charge on his stone skin. But it's it's a fire attack. So it's not from a weapon. So it's actually going to find purchase if it hits him. I do have to roll to hit with it. But he will take fire damage if it strikes him, because stone skin does not block fire damage. And so that 4th attack Eyes of Fire and Flame. So that's going to be shorter melee, same elevation, and no modifiers to hit or damage. So Zalman does have a shield. So Turtle AC -3 does not beat his AC of -4. So he blocks the fire beam with his shield. And it makes a actual sound. There's like a clang. It's really strange. Next up is Zalmant.
So it's 11 fire damage that he has to take.
Let's see. Medium eyes, fire flame, big heads. Eyes can fire flame 10 feet long, doing 2d10 damage. Save versus breath weapon. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. You just have to make a save versus breath weapon for half damage. Okay. Yeah. My bad. So it does automatically hit, but you get a save. It is like a breath weapon. Okay, so he takes half damage, which the damage was 11. So he takes half damage rounded up, unfortunately, because he's controlled by a player, so that's 6 damage.
Got it.
And he can attack.
He will. No, he cannot.
He cannot.
Yep.
Why not?
Because with the lance, it's 1 every 2.
Oh, and he didn't drop the lance.
Yeah, I was going to, but I didn't. So.
Okay. So next up is Tough Hawk. Who's going to strike that nearly dead big head with his club. Hopefully before that big head can even attack, so shorter melee, same elevation, no mod. The big heads have not changed their elevation. And he hits. -4, it's on the shieldless line because the big head is shieldless. -4 beats AC3. He causes 10 damage with that club. Wow. He's strong indeed. And that is enough to kill the big head. So he kind of heaves back with that Hawkeye club, right? And he lets out this war whoop. And just crunches down on top of the big head's forehead. And it cracks open the big head's skull and caves in and breaks like the cartilage of the nose and fractures the upper jaw, just like crunching it down to the lower jaw. And the big head immediately stops floating and falls to the ground, dead as dreams, and blood goes everywhere. As his skull cracks. And that's it for the enemies. Next up is Ashriel.
Yes, we'll fly. Kind of take a little bit of a roundabout path to try to get behind this other one.
And you're able to get his rear. Yep. Because their maneuverability class is not... Yeah, their maneuverability class sucks. Holy shit. That's really bad. That's like the worst. -15. That's the natural 20. So you crit him for 16 damage, and it survives. Oh yeah, and it still has to take at least 10 squares of movement. So I guess it will land. It on its turn it landed. Yeah.
Then obviously he would have went down 5 feet. So
Yeah. And next up is Musashi.
Unfortunately, Musashi's player was dumb and did not roll a cold shot, so he'll have to wait.
Okay. Tenzi with probability control.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw that on my friend Tough Hawk.
All right, and so now he gets a +6 to hit with his multiple attack.
Yep.
And Tenzi gets that was a level 4 spell, was it?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so Tenzi gets 400 points.
Okay.
And Tough Hawk is going to make his multiple attack with a +6 to hit on that club.
That's a pretty awesome spell, actually.
Yeah, like screw advantage. That's let's see. Shorter melee. Now he's going to have higher ground because the big head's a medium creature and he landed. And then he's going to get a +6 to his attack roll, thanks to your probability control. Damage roll modifier is going to be +0. So shieldless, -10, beats AC 3. He only rolled 7 on the die, so that's not a confirmed crit, but he does cause 11 damage to the big head. And next up is Ashriel.
One more swing of that big old Nodachi.
And it's going to be to a back attack. All right, you get a confirmed crit with that back attack, causing 21 damage to the big head, and the big head survives.
Oh my gosh.
21. And Musashi's shots. So now he gets 3 called shots if you wish.
Yes.
All right. That big head is, of course, shieldless, so -6 does beat AC 3. You cause 8 damage with your first shot, which is enough to take the big head out. Go and describe how you do so.
It's hard for him to aim, but he's being very careful. He's got Ruckus and Zalman in his way, but he managed to shoot right under Ruckus's legs, right into the lower jaw of the big head, and it comes up through the top of his skull.
All right. Now, big heads are worth 9,000 points, and they have 14 hit dice.
Nice.
So, there were 2. Big head, 9,000 points. 1 player character. NPCs who earn XP. You've got your brother.
Yep.
And the samurai, right? So it's just 2. Two NPCs who earn XP. Number of creatures defeated in the encounter was both of them. Number of hit dice per creature is 14. Number of warriors and bards in the party, you got the samurai and the paladin. And that's it. So to
It's a nice chunk.
and Tough Hawk says, and he reaches out with this stick that he carries, and he kind of taps the one of the dead big heads, and rides back around next to Musashi. And the sun finally goes down. And there is a tiny bit of ambient light. The sky is clear, and there is just a little bit of starlight. And you can see, as you guys ride far off in the distance to the west, you can see mountains rise as you approach the building. Sorry, did you want to search the big heads? Or anything?
I guess, yeah. Doesn't look like there's much to him, but
Yeah.
Zom gonna poke through with his lance to see if there's.
Yeah, they don't carry anything. They don't have pockets. Their physiology is really strange. They're just a huge head that has, little flipper feet and some claws. And their hair is really long, and it kind of trails behind them as they fly. And they're just hideously ugly and evil looking creatures. They have fangs and just really, really ugly features. And maybe a tiny little butt. It's really, really strange physiology. It's like, what's the physiology of a beholder? Do they have a mouth and a butt? Probably, yeah. And that's pretty much all there is to them. So, out on the horizon, you can see that that building, and as the sun goes down, it kind of disappears from sight, other than a little bit of light coming from maybe the windows, so that kind of guides you to it. Other than that, you're navigating by starlight, which is pretty safe with the horses. You can you can still gallop and all that because you're mounted. The humans in the group, Tough Hawk and Musashi, if they weren't mounted, you might need to worry about that, but they're mounted, so the horses are kind of taking care of everything and staying with the group. And eventually you get to, I'm just going to group everyone together and copy the tokens. So eventually you get to the building, and you notice that there are signs of a disturbance, broken windows and stuff, and as you approach, you can see some strange footprints. Really, really strange. Let's see. 1 second while I kind of set up the map here. I have to turn daylight off. Okay, it's off. Sweet. All right. So, kind of some signs of disturbance, and I'll put you on the map now. And actually, I don't want that soundtrack. I kind of still just want this one. All right. So, you can kind of see into the building from where you're at. There is broken windows at the front of the building, so I need to find those tokens. Let's see. See, this is kind of good for glass, I guess. Alright, so there's some broken glass here, here, and kind of over at the corner of the building there. And these windows are open because of it, of course. So they've been busted out. Okay, and then right here at the front of the building, there's a really interesting looking door that you've never really encountered. So it's not really a full door. It's just two doors that are sort of like suspended probably about 3 or 4 feet off the ground. And they have slats, kind of like slats on a fence that are arranged parallel to the ground. And you can kind of see in between the slats through the doors. And they're kind of like blowing in the wind, like kind of blowing out and in. And as they touch, you can hear the wood kind of clank. So it's like clink, clink. And from inside, you can kind of hear a human female whimpering and intermittent roars of some weird creature. So I'm gonna advance the turn order tracker to it's probably about 8 p.m. On November the 28th. So 8 p.m. November 28, 11 AE 5. And time goes -1. And then if you could please roll base size initiative for Tenzi, and I'm going to do the same for Tough Hawk. Initiative medium.
And then Tough Hawk's Vengeful Strike still has like 120 rounds left.
Yeah. Okay. And you hear this like right, and something really fast moves past one of the windows over here. You can kind of see it in the light of your Some people have infravision. Ah, okay, 1 second. So this is actually a boarded up window, but I'm gonna remove that. And it's kind of hard to see what it is, but it's very big and very hairy. And it moves across the window this way just really fast. And it it's making the floorboards creak. And you can kind of hear it take rest in the corner of the building right here. Like it stops right there. Actually, I do need to change this to probably this. There we go. And then I need to pull out. Oh no. All right. So time now is 8 p.m. First up is Tough Hawk. He's gonna he's actually gonna ride his horse kind of back over here and dismount. And you can tell he is a proficient, rider or whatever. It's not a combat situation, but you can tell he's a proficient rider, pretty good with a horse. And he kind of comes over here. And like I said, there were some weird footprints on the ground outside the building. He kind of like takes a look around and, walking on the broken glass or whatever, you hear this like crunch of glass crushing under his feet. And he's like looking around at the footprints on the ground. And he goes,
There was a fight here. Some humans ran away and looks like Bigfoot sign. I think there are Bigfoots inside.
Tenzi looks over kind of questioningly and says, besides the obvious, what is a Bigfoot?
A Bigfoot is like a hairy man, but really big and with big feet. Don't they have Bigfoot where you come from?
If they do, I have not really run across any.
Oh, you don't want to mess with a Bigfoot face to face. They'll tear you apart. You guys got any guns?
No.
Well, looks like we're gonna have to go toe to toe then.
Perhaps.
I know the people that live here. I hope they're okay.
Well, let's see if we can help them.
Next up is Tenzi and Company.
Right. So Musashi will dismount. Zalman will dismount. Give Ruckus a little scratch behind the ears as he gets off.
Yeah.
Before Astral dismounts, he's going to detect evil.
And he doesn't detect a lick of evil anywhere.
Right, and he'll just dismount. Does that innately and then dismounts. And he says, whatever, my son, whatever is in there, I do not detect evil. Tenzi nods and he also dismounts. Tough Hawk, if there's a back way, do you want to go there and let us go in the front, or are you ready to face this Bigfoot?
I think there is a back way. I could show you, but we may run into Bigfoot anyways.
Okay, well then probably best to stick together.
Okay. Time now is 8:01. Tough Hawk is gonna kind of head over here. The inside of the building is lit. You can see several candles and whatnot, and it seems like there's a flickering fire probably in the corner over here because something's giving off a lot of light inside. You can see candles and whatnot on the tables, and in the center of the room is a bunch of broken shit, like busted up plates and mugs and glassware and things like that. Next up is Tenzi and Company, and you can hear like a coming from right here.
Astro will move up to these strange doors, kind of peer inside. He can see something here.
Yeah, so in the corner you can see a big, hairy something. So it looks like a distant cousin to like great carnivorous apes of warmer climates. It stands 8 feet tall and is covered in long brown fur. Its feet and hands are wide and flat, and it kind of moves. I mean, it's crouching right now. It looks like it's kind of chilling there, like on all fours. But it's 8 feet tall, right? And like as soon as it sees Ashriel, it stands up and like charges. You can smell a strong musky odor emanating from it, and its eyes are blue, like a super light blue, which gives them the appearance of being almost colorless against the whites of its eyes. And yeah, that's about it. Other than as it blinks, You can see it has a transparent second eyelid, like a cat, and it comes at you. So now we're in initiative phase. And as it freaks out and comes charging at you, you can hear like the rattling of a door or something, and like one of them is like freaking out somewhere in the back, like through this door, and you hear a couple women begin to scream. And you hear a man's voice as well saying, it's kind of muffled, but he's going, help, help, help. And Tough Hawk busts out his Hawkeye.
It's dangerous here in the Borderlands. I mean the
Certainly
the
appears that
frontier.
way.
I mean the frontier.
I will need one extra for Ashra, one extra for Zalman, and
one for Musashi.
Two extra for Musashi, the Grand Master.
Oh yeah, that's right. He gets 3 katana attacks now. Or is it 4?
3.
And here we go. So time now is 8:02 p.m. First up is Musashi.
Musashi moves quickly towards the sound of the growling. Are the chairs like some kind of impediment to movement?
No, but the tables are. And that actually reminds me to put dynamic lighting around the Transparent. And of course the bar. All right, so the building is kind of made of like local, woods. It's just stained slats of wood, like it's like a red stain, and they are kind of roughly cut, like maybe some kind of shitty mill cut them. Like it's actual lumber, and the boards are kind of, crooked and like far apart. So the construction on this building it looks like kind of garbage, right? All the furniture is kind of garbage. It looks like it was built really fast, like maybe in a day or two, and there are slats of wood on the walls inside as well. So you can't really. It's if you looked really hard, you could probably see through to the outside of the building. It's like kind of sad, but the ambient temperature outside is pretty warm. So, despite it being the end of November. As you come in, you can see this creature kind of acting aggressive and coming at you. It's about 8 feet tall. It's a large creature, and apparently it's known as a Bigfoot.
Musashi will move up to it, and with a Kiai cry, swing his katana and his wakizashi.
Yeah! And it looks like it's been breaking some shit in here. It's acting very aggressive. So it is shieldless. -2 beats its AC of 6. And it's a large creature, so you cause 14 damage to it. And you can see that.
Oh, nope, I did that wrong. Because that was
Oh,
not a high
it's a regular, it was a regular attack. Whoopsie.
There we go.
Oh. Alright, so shieldless, -10 beats AC 6. It's a large creature and you cause 29 damage one-shotting it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
Musashi kind of rushes in, hearing the cries of the people. Doesn't see any people around, but he sees this big creature, and he kind of like nimbly moves through the chairs and just, with the katana straight in front of him, just pierces it right through the heart, pulls it out, and probably looks as surprised as anyone to see it just fall down in the corner.
Yeah, as you approach it, like roars at you, and you just cut it right now, silencing it. And it falls down dead as dreams. You can hear the cries of people coming through this wall.
All right, he has one more square, so he's going to move to here, and then he'll hold. Well, that'll be the end of his turn. This for now.
All right. You can hear also the rattling of a door, and the grumbling of a violent creature. Coming from through here. Sounds like it's coming from down the hall. Zalmond.
Musashi will yell back after he's done it. I have dispatched this one. There may be more in the back.
I have dispatched this one. Perhaps there are more in the back.
And I'm going to have Zalman actually, he's going to change his action, so he's going to go at the end of the round.
All right. Tenzi. Oh.
Tenzi is going to cast, what did I cast? I cast some kind of spell. Choose Future. He will put it on, I guess we'll do it on Ashriel. So next round, Ashriel can choose to do 2 rolls for any normal attack, initiative, or saving throw.
Oh, okay. Kind of like advantage. Very nice.
Yep.
So choose future is level 3. So Tenzi gets 300 points.
Okay.
Next up is Tough Hawk. He's gonna kind of come in here and hop up onto this bar and look around. All right, so you all right, so from around the corner, you hear the rattling of a door and a violent creature grunting. Oh, yeah, okay. And it sounds like it fails to open a door. And you can hear people screaming from inside here on the other side of this wall. Next up is Ashriel.
Ashriel will step in and start to fly 5 feet above the ground. And then he'll stop here and see if he can get a better sense of where the sound is coming from.
Yeah, it's coming from right around the corner up ahead. Right around this corner here.
Right here. So then he'll continue.
You can hear it breathing.
Hello there, my friend.
And it's got its hands on this door right here, and it's shaking this door right here, and it's shaking it violently, and it kind of, notices you come around the corner and stops and turns to face you, obviously.
And I will try to stop it. I will attack it with the Nodachi, trying to stop it.
It's shieldless. -8 beats its AC of 6. It's a large creature, so you cause 26 damage to it, and you kill it in one shot. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
He comes flying around the corner, trying to find the noise. He sees it, it just comes right up, and he sees it trying to open the door. He cuts its arms right off.
Nice.
And then does he hear anything else from here?
Just people like crying and sniveling on the other side of this wall.
So he will call out, "My children, are you okay in there? I have defeated the beast."
And you hear this like man's voice stop sniveling. He's like, "What?"
"I have defeated the beast."
"Well, who are you?" And
I am called Ashriel.
you can hear the door unlock, and it opens, and inside is a man dressed like this. He's got a top hat and a nice coat and stuff, and he kind of peeks out and sees the door swings inward towards him, and he peeks out and sees the dead Bigfoot on the ground, and he looks over it at Ashriel, and his jaw drops when he sees Ashriel. He's like, "Good God! The angels come out of heaven to help us."
"Indeed, my son. Are there more of these beasts about?"
And he kind of looks down and says, "Well, I don't rightly know. Some could have run off, but there was a whole tribe of them before."
And with that, he has one more square, so he's just going to go back into this hallway, and that'll be it for him.
All right. And just at that moment, from out of the kitchen comes a Bigfoot. Roaring as it comes, it runs right up to Tough Hawk. Who's standing on the bar, and attacks him. Tough Hawk whirls around to face. Let's see, I guess they have kind of like a bear's attack routine. They got left claw, right claw, bite. And I think if both claws hit, they get to squeeze you. So, shorter melee, lower ground. No mod, no mod. Tough Hawk is shieldless. 7 versus AC 5 is a miss. And does that knock off one mote on a miss?
Nope.
Okay, it has to hit.
Yep.
So right claw against Tough Hawk. Shorter melee, lower ground. No mod, no mod. Shieldless AC 10 versus AC 5. I gotta make sure that I got the... Do I have the right... Yeah, okay. Thaco. Wait, that Thaco's incorrect. Why is that incorrect? I put the wrong monster Thaco on them. They have monster... They have special monster Thaco, I think. No. 4 plus. They have. Weird. I wonder what Thaco I gave him. Fighter Thaco, maybe? No, that's the right Thaco. Why isn't it? That's weird. Should be. I'm gonna try Special Monster Thaco, I guess. Yeah, I'll try that. I think that's one better. We'll give that a try. Attack. Start over left claw. Shorter melee, lower ground. No mod. No mod. Maybe it's the lower ground that's subtracting. No, that's not. It's not the right number.
Oh, it went down by 2.
Yeah, it did. It's weird. Normal monsters should work. 4, 5. That's so weird. It's. I don't know. Maybe I updated Monster Thaco since I made this creature. Try it again one more time. Okay, attack. Left claw. Shorter melee, lower ground. No mod. No mod. So weird. Why is it doing that?
Are they only 5 hit die or something?
They are 5 hit dice, but it's subtracting from 20. So it should go down to 15.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, Monster Thacos subtract from 20 instead of 21 like character Thaco does. What if I just adjust to subtract from 19, I guess? That'll work. Left claw, tough hawk. Shorter melee, lower ground. There we go. So Tough Hawk Shield is 6 versus AC 5, still a miss. And then the right claw. Shorter melee, lower ground, no mod, no mod. Shieldless 3 versus AC 5 is a hit, only causing 3 damage to Tough Hawk. So you hear this. Oof! As the Bigfoot kind of punches him or whatever.
And now Vengeful Strike.
Yep, and Tough Hawk loses 1 mote. And the Bigfoot loses 3 health as the mote strikes him. And it still attacks with its bite. Shorter melee, lower ground, no mod. No mod. Shield of 7 versus AC 5 is a miss. Okay. And oh, do I not have a Wow, I actually missed a door. Place door. Right chair. All right. So a Bigfoot comes rushing through this door to assist its buddy. Runs up right up to Ashriel, who is covered in stone skin.
Yep. Turn the face.
And Ashriel's stone skin was, I'm guessing, cast by Shandrak.
Yes.
Okay. And 3 stone skin charges are crushed by the Bigfoot. And then again from the kitchen, a Bigfoot comes out, this time attacking Tough Hawk from behind the bar. And Tough Hawk is turning to face both Bigfoots. Who attacks him with its left claw. Shorter melee, lower ground, and no mod, no mod. 2 versus AC 5 hits, causing 4 damage to Tough Hawk, who loses a moat, and which flies at the Bigfoot, causing 4 damage back. So -1, and then -4 health, and the Bigfoot -4 health. Bigfoot attacks again with his right claw. Shorter melee, lower ground, no mod, no mod. 3 versus AC 5 hits for 6 damage to Tough Hawk, whose moat attacks the Bigfoot back for another 6 damage. So -1 moat. -6 damage to Tough Hawk. And -6 damage to the Bigfoot. Both claws hit, so now it has him in a bear hug and starts squeezing the shit out of him. So that is grappling. And it pulls him off the countertop. Actually, I'm gonna keep him there for now, just so I can do the damage. So this is automatic damage, of course. And so the Bigfoot takes more damage. So let's see, short of melee, some elevation. Doesn't matter. It's automatic. 13 damage to Tough Hawk and the Bigfoot. Bigfoot's looking pretty sad. You can see his green bar is effed up. And of course, Tough Hawk loses 1 more moat. And Tough Hawk is basically bear hugged. Another Bigfoot comes out of the kitchen. Actually, there we go. And it's gonna run over towards Musashi. 13, 14. And it will attack Musashi. Was Musashi's Stone Skin the one that was cast by Ryer?
Yes, Musashi
Okay.
and Tenzi are by Ryer.
I think Ryer's level 11 bard again. Wait, he might be 9th level. Let me check. Order of the Superior Star, Shandrak, Ryer the Black. He is Bard 12. Musashi 12. And 3 Stone Skin charges on Musashi are now shattered. Next up is Musashi for his first multiple attack. So this Bigfoot has dared to run up to him while he has a sword drawn.
And he had a Ki Cry in effect.
Oh, he fumbles. The Bigfoot is shieldless. That is a natural 1. Zalmond.
Zalmond is waiting to the end of the round. He's going to take a different action.
All right. Tough Hawk is going to use his multiple attack. Let's see. I'm gonna give, let's see. I don't think big feet are particularly strong. So I'm gonna say an open normal doors roll is gonna allow you to break free from their grip. Yeah, they're not like super strong. They're big, but they're not super strong. So I'm gonna roll an open doors roll for Tough Hawk to break free. And that will take his last attack action. Checks. Ability score checks. And I need to make sure that he has... Okay, so open doors. The way I wrote the macro for it is a little... Because the character sheet doesn't have room for open doors and open locked doors and bend bars, lift gates. It just has open doors with 2 numbers in it. If you're eligible even to open locked doors with your strengths. So I think you have to have like, like 1875-ish or whatever to open a locked door. And Tough Hawk is like immensely muscled. He looks like a bodybuilder. Okay? Huge torso, like gigantic lats, gigantic biceps. This dude is rocked out. Tough Hawk is really strong. So now I can roll. Check for open doors. All right, Tough Hawk busts out of the bear hug, and is no longer held by the Bigfoot. Ashriel.
Second attack, Nodachi to the creature that came up to him.
Shieldless, -9, definitely beats AC 6. Not a crit, however, but you do cause 19 damage to the Bigfoot, and it survives. -19. Musashi's third attack. Oh no, he is off balance. Was anyone waiting? Wasn't Azalmon waiting?
Yeah, Zalmon's going to do a wolfmanship check. Get on Ruckus.
Oh, and do a charge?
Yeah, because these doors just open right when
Yeah,
when
and
it comes.
it's 10 feet wide. It's a double door that's about 3 or 4 feet off the ground. The wolf's head will just push them right open.
Charging in right into this Bigfoot's back, or if he turns, but
yeah, he'll turn to face because the Tough Hawk's not on the bar anymore. All right, shieldless. That is a confirmed crit. You cause 46 damage to the Bigfoot, killing it. Go describe how you do so.
all of a sudden this wolf with Zalman come charging through. Tough Hawk his eyes probably go popping wide open, and then the lance goes right into the Bigfoot and just pins him right against the bar. And it takes Zalman a little bit of time to pull the lance back out because it went in so deep.
That's a brilliant attack strategy.
Okay, that should be the end of the round. Was anyone else waiting?
Nope.
Okay. So end of round, and we're in initiative phase. Let's take another quick 3-minute break, and we'll be back maybe for the last round, possibly. Yeah, maybe. These guys don't have very much health, so just a quick 3-minute ad break, and we'll be right back. And looks like we got about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. And we are back just in time for initiative phase. So Tough Hawk still got that Hawkeye. This Bigfoot is hurt really bad. I'm going to roll morale for him real quick. Looks like their morale is pretty good. He's going to keep on fighting. This one's okay. This one's not so good. I'm gonna roll morale for him too. They all keep fighting. I'm gonna roll morale for this one too, even though he's not injured. Yep, they all just keep fighting.
I'm going to re-roll Astral's initiative using the Choose Future.
Oh, okay.
I forgot I was going to do that from the start.
That's the one that lets you re-roll.
Actually,
Okay.
Yeah. And before I should do that, I got to do my quickness check. Yep, there we go. All right, and then I need 1 additional attack for Zalmond and 3 additional attacks for Tenzi as he decides to get into the fray.
All right. 1, 2, 3.
I am done.
All right. So time now is 8:03 p.m. First up is Zalmond.
I guess it didn't take the first time he did it. I'm sorry. So he will attempt to dismount. Oh, he does not.
Ooh. So I don't think that causes you to fall. You just dismount, and that's the end of your turn.
Get off.
Tenzi.
Kenzie will take a half move. I guess he'll be doing a full move. Walking up to this guy and doing a flying kick in place, so he has to do a sprint check.
Weird. How did you walk right through the table?
I walked around the table.
Oh, that's so
And then-
weird.
So weird.
On my screen, it shows a straight arrow right
So right
Oh,
from
really?
here to here.
from here
Yeah.
to here.
Right, 'cause that's how I had to use. I think that's all my movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got one square. Yeah, 7, and then yep, that's
10. Okay.
Okay.
And he might be able to. That's 8. Like that.
okay. So I did my strength check for a without a running start flying kick.
Nice.
Nice.
And the Bigfoot does not turn his back, so you are attacking his. It's a back attack. So -9 beats AC 6, and you cause 20 damage with that kick to the Bigfoot.
And that'll be all for him for now.
All right, Asriel.
Try to end that Bigfoot in front of him. Bring down that big no die.
Yeah. So Shieldless 3 versus AC 6 hits. You cause 24 damage, killing it. Go and describe.
Brings it down. It cleaves right into the collarbone. You hear the collarbone crack from the weight of the blade, and blood just spurts out of the artery in his neck. Why did these change?
Alright, 10.
I don't know why those didn't change. I'm sorry.
Musashi, was he? This is his first attack this round, right? Musashi?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And once again with Key.
Hi-ya! All right. That Bigfoot is shieldless. -16. Oh, that was a regular attack. You got to use High Mastery.
God dang it.
I was like, that's a 16 on the die roll. Why didn't that crit? Oh, it's not a High Mastery attack. All right, you still hit and cause 31 damage and kill it. Go ahead and describe.
The creature kind of bounces to the side from Tenzi's impact, and as it tries to regain his feet, Musashi slices right into its side.
Yeah. This last Bigfoot is going to again try to attack Tough Hawk. Left claw. Misses. Right claw. Shield is 3 versus AC 5, hits for 6 damage. Tough Hawk loses a moat. It comes back and strikes. Let's see, I think he still... Why is that 1? Weird. He only lost, what, 4 moats so far?
Yeah, I think that's right.
So now that goes down to 13 moats. And both he and the Bigfoot take 6 damage. And the Bigfoot dies of his own damage. So the moat comes back and strikes the Bigfoot, and it just like causes him to have like a heart attack or something. And his heart explodes out of his chest. And he falls down dead. And that is the apparent end of combat. And Tough Hawk he lets out a war whoop and hops over the counter. And kind of runs out the door. And he hops onto his horse. And he starts riding back and forth outside, kind of war whooping in celebration. And I think that's going to be the end of the round. So everything else is multiple attacks. So end of round. And first up is Tenzi and Company. I'm going to roll base size initiative for these folks, I guess.
Tenzi will take a look at the Bigfoot to see if it has like a belt or something like that. And I'm kind of assuming not, but he'll take a look. And then Musashi is going to go outside to get the horse, kind of make sure the horses don't go away. And he will ask Tough Hawk if there is a stable nearby that we can bring the horses to.
There's a stable just over here on the left side of the building.
So Musashi will gather up the horse. Start walking them over there.
Okay, so it looks like the Bigfoots don't have any kind of clothing or objects on them at all. But their tracks kind of lead off to the west. And it looks like Tough Hawk is like kind of looking at where they came from. And he kind of rides his horse into the stable. And then the peddler, well, the innkeeper and his good wife and good mother-in-law come out of the bedroom. And he turns to Ashriel and says, "Angel of Light, thank you for helping us in our dire time of need. Is there anything we can do to appease you and your God?"
Thank you, my child. Are any of you injured?
Well, no, but we were able to get away before any of the destruction started. We all just kind of have a plan to evacuate. We practice every now and then. And, well, we came here, but some of the guests might be dead or worse. I don't know if any of them were out there when you came in.
I saw no one other than the creatures.
Oh, well, that's good. Maybe they just kind of ate all the food or something. Who knows? I'll have to take a look.
My companion and I are seeking shelter for the evening.
Oh, well, don't worry about that. Y'all can stay here for free tonight, and we'll feed you, Mr. Angel, sir. I'm Bernie Boudreaux, and this is my good wife. Winifred. And her mother, 80. Oh, that's spelled A-D-Y. And they bow. And he says, "Excuse me, sir," and he kind of squeezes by and comes out here into the bar, and he says, "Good Lord! What the hell happened here?" And Winifred starts crying. Tough Hawk, he comes through the door over here and kind of slips by the married couple, and he looks around and he's like,
Looks like you have your work cut out for you.
and that's the end of the round. First up is Tenzi.
Sash will take the horses to the stable. Tenzi will... actually, Asheville will come by land by Tenzi and tell him about the innkeeper. And Tenzi says, well, let's talk to Tough Hawk. Let's see if these creatures came from nearby. If they did, perhaps we should go to their lair and stomp them out for good. And so he goes up to Tough Hawk and asks if he knows where they might have come from.
All right. And he says,
It looks like their tracks come from out west, where those mountains are, the Purple Mountains. You'll see in the morning, they're literally purple. There's no mountains like them anywhere. We call them the Purple Mountain Majesties, above the fruited plains.
How poetic. So, has anyone tried tracking these creatures to their lair before?
That I do not know, but this I can tell you. I will track them for you.
Thank you, my friend. Let's rest. Take our repast for the evening rest, and in the morning we shall go and try to root out these creatures so they don't cause this kind of damage any longer.
and Bernie and his wife come out and they start cleaning up. It looks like Bernie's kind of taking care of the windows, like he starts boarding them up, and the two gals sort of sweep up the broken glass and plates and whatnot. And Tough Hawk kind of comes over to the bar and starts helping himself to this drink that's been left out. That's the end of the round. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi goes up to Bernie and introduces himself and asks,
You had a question?
yes, sir. I'm not sure how you handle this type of thing, but what do you want some help with these dead bodies?
Well, yeah, I guess we could just kind of throw them outside in the street for now. Maybe we'll form a pile or something and burn them. I don't know. I never thought about skinning a Bigfoot before. Maybe we could turn him into some rugs or something.
And when Zalman hears them say that, he goes, "Yo, I could do that."
Oh yeah? Well, help yourself.
Yeah, Zalman will come up to this one and kind of take a look at it and start scoping it out to see if he can skin it.
Just don't cut him up in my bar. Take him out in the street or something. There's going to be a lot of blood, I can guarantee it.
And that will be it for us.
All right. So Bernie, he asks you, could you hold on to this real quick? And he grabs a hammer and some shitty looking nails and a board and starts he's asking you to hold the board for him while he nails it in over the window.
Yeah.
And he starts nailing that when it's like, yeah, shitty wood, but I guess it'll block off the window there. Let's see, we'll make it a wall. And he just kind of nails it shut. Did that not work? Okay, now it worked. All right. And he says, well, thank you. And then Tough Hawk says,
Hmm. You said your name was Bernie. Well, Bernie, your house ale is pretty good. I like it.
and Bernie goes, oh, thank you. It takes my wife and I some time to brew that ale, but we enjoy it, and it sells well. Being from out here in the frontier and all. And end of round. Next up is Tenzi.
Tends to continue to help Bernie boarding up the windows. Zalman has sized up this one. He's going to start dragging out this Bigfoot. And then he goes to Ruckus. You want one of those? You want one, boy?
And Ruckus says,
Well, okay, drag one out for yourself then. And Ruckus will go over and grab one by the arm or whatever and start dragging it outside. And when he gets it outside, he will enjoy himself.
anything else for Tenzi and company?
I think that'll. Oh, Musashi will come back in to the inn, take a seat next to Tough Hawk, and ask him, "What are you drinking?"
Oh, this is Bernie's house ale. It's very good. Have you ever had ale before?
Yes,
Here,
many times.
try it.
And he gives Musashi like a mug of it, because like everything's kind of broken other than a few mugs and stuff.
And so Musashi will sample it.
And it's nice and dark, and it's got a good head on it after he pours it out, and it tastes pretty decent for frontiersman's ale, I guess.
So he'll kind of give a little smile, take a little sample, to give a little smile, and nod his head up and down. Yes, good. And that'll be for us.
I am glad I have someone to enjoy this with. Thank you, Musashi, for joining me at the bar. Would you like another?
Shortly, yes, shortly. And Tough Hawk can see him. He seems to be really savoring it. It seems to be really enjoying it, so he's drinking it slowly.
And Bernie comes over to the next window and starts boarding it up. and after a minute of hammering, he's able to get it shut. And he says, well, looks like there's about one more over here. And he points to this window. And Tough Hawk pours Musashi another ale. And it's time now, 8:08 p.m. Everyone's pretty much tired and hungry. The gals get this stuff kind of swept up. And the good wife, Winifred Boudreaux, comes over to the kitchen. And you can hear her kind of rumbling around some pots and pans. And you hear her start cracking some eggs. And you hear the of some kind of meat on a hot pan. And she shouts out from the kitchen,
I hope y'all are hungry. I got some ham and eggs coming up and some toasted bread.
and after a minute, the smell of breakfast meats and eggs starts wafting out of the kitchen. And next up is Tenzi and Company.
Musashi will take the second mug, kind of hold it up and reach out to Tough Hawk and say, a good victory today in here.
What should we drink to, my friend?
Our victory over these creatures.
Ah, to victory then.
Indeed.
Tough Hawk takes a big old swig.
Musashi does the same, and then he calls out, "Boy, those eggs and ham smell good." And I think that'll be it for us.
All right.
I'm gonna have Zaman's gonna make a check to see if he can get one of the, get the fur off one of those creatures.
Yeah. So I'll take either animal rending or hunting. And yeah, he gets a good pelt off of that Bigfoot. And do you have any rogues? You don't have any rogues, do you?
No.
Okay. Each one is worth 300 gold pieces on the open market. Each pelt. So
Zaman's gonna donate them to the inn here. They can either use them for decoration, like rugs, and maybe some of the rooms, or whatever they want to do with them.
yeah, okay. For game props, dungeon. Find fur. How about pelt? Pelt. No. So many dungeon game props.
Was the Guildhall Tavern thing a free giveaway from Roll20? Because that has a brown rug in it.
I'm going to use the Airships and Galleons art pack because it has a fur blanket rolled, and it looks pretty decent. So that's what that looks
Nice.
like. Oh, it's too big. There's one. And Bernie comes over and starts hammering at this last broken window. And he says, Mr. Tenzi, could you hold this board for me? And he starts hammering in
Sure.
one side.
Tries to maneuver around the creatures there and moves next to him and helps him with the board.
And he is able to get that nailed in just fine. And Tough Hawk. He kind of moseys on over to the kitchen. And you can hear him say,
Oh, it smells good in here. I've never eaten food like this. Is this buffalo?
and you can hear the good wife say,
Haha, no, it's, this here is pig meat, and this is the eggs of a chicken.
and he goes,
Oh, I've had hawk eggs before. I've never eaten pig though. I hear it's a very fatty animal. I can smell the fat burning on the pan. Is that the smell of the pig?
and she says,
Oh, why, yes, of course.
and time now is 8:09. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Tanzi will grab hold of one of these animals and bring him out into the street. Kind of put him on the opposite side of the road, like down here. Just kind of start piling the rest of the bodies up there.
Okay.
And when he brings out another one, he's seen that Zalman has already skinned one, and says, "Well, here's some more for you."
And it looks like there was a total of 5. Nope, 6. Okay. So Bigfoot is worth 420 points. And they have 4+4 hit dice. But I programmed that Thaco thing to account for the +4 hit points. It's just not working for some reason. It should count it as a 5 hit die creature. So, but technically 4+4 is 5 hit dice. And there were 6 of them. So we had 6 Bigfoot, 420 points each. 1 player character, 2 NPCs who earn XP, and all 6 of them were defeated. They have technically 5 hit dice each, and there are 2 warriors and bards in the party. And is Zalman gonna skin another? Oh yeah, he just did. Huh?
I just did one. I'll roll for all of them once I do the XP, if that's okay.
Oh
So
sure,
maybe
yeah.
there's
Let's see. Next up is Bernie. He kind of grabs a broom and comes outside and he starts cleaning up all this broken glass from the windows. Now that he's got the windows boarded up. And Tough Hawk, he goes,
Oh, thank you very much, man. This looks delicious. Why are the eggs yellow?
and he comes out with a big plate and walks behind the bar and he sets it right in front of Musashi and says,
Wanna share? Looks like there's enough for 2 people here.
yes,
and
very
he-
much so. It smells delicious.
so he sets down like a breakfast platter of ham, eggs, and toast. What? That picture doesn't. Let's see. Food? Oh, nice. There we go. Sets a plate on the counter, pulls out a couple of forks, and he starts digging in. And he takes a bite of the eggs, and he's like,
This is good. I've never had eggs like this before. I usually just cook them right over the fire inside the shell, and then crack the shell off. And eat it whole.
end of round. Time now is 10 past 8. Next up is Tenzi and company.
Musashi, while Tough Hawk's explaining it, he just kind of nodding his head as he stuffs himself with takes a toast and
Yeah.
rubs it into the egg, breaking the yolk, and soaks it up with toast, and then grabbing some ham with the fork.
He's had fried tamago many times.
Yes, and then he'll take a few bites and wash it down with some of that fine ale.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, Zalman's doing some skinning.
And
Here we go, 2 rugs.
yeah, he gets that second skin off.
And Tenzi's just going to take a seat and kind of relax. And so is Astrid.
And Bernie says, "Oh, I almost forgot about y'all's horses." And he like walks around the corner over here and takes the horses by the reins and leads them into the stable. And he says,
I used to have a stable gal, but she got killed a little while back by some outlaws, unfortunately. She was one of the indigenous folk. Those outlaws shot her to death right before my eyes. It was a sad sight. And then, oh,
I got my voice changer on. I didn't mean to do that. It was a sad sight. And he comes back into the bar and looks around, and it looks a little better, but he goes back outside and starts sweeping up that other bit of glass. And Tough Hawk kind of finishes his plate, and he rubs his stomach and says,
Mrs. Budo, that was delicious. I think I'm ready for bed now.
and he comes into the kitchen, and you can kind of see him nodding to her, and says,
Do I need a key to get into the room?
and you can hear her from around the corner say,
No, you can just walk right on in. They're all unlocked. That one that we were in was the only one that we locked up. And if you need any extra blankets or anything, there's supply closets on the left side of the hallway. We got blankets and pillows and all kinds of stuff in there. You just take whatever you need. And
Tough Hawk just kind of nods and says,
Thank you, ma'am.
and he walks kind of around the bar again, and you hear this as a door opens from in the hallway, and it looks like a few of you can see him open a closet door, and he grabs a pillow and some fresh linen, and then shuts the door and walks around the corner, and you hear a door shut. Time now is 11, and it's Tenzi and Company.
Tens will come and see if there's any food left on the plate.
It is all gone, but you can smell the smell of more food cooking in the kitchen, and the mother-in-law 80 comes over and finally sweeps up this mess.
Tenzi will ask Musashi if it was good, and Musashi will nod in the affirmative. So Tenzi will pick up the plate.
It
and
was
walk
delicious.
over to Good. I think I'll see if they have any more. So he grabs a plate and he'll walk over to the kitchen and say, "Excuse me, do you have any more?"
So as you walk in, you hear this, and the boiling of a tea kettle starts going. And the good wife Winifred comes out with several plates of food. Some eggs, ham, some toast, and she kind of distributes some tea kettles, and she throws some spoons and forks out on the bar here, and she goes,
y'all help yourself now.
and she goes back into the kitchen. You can hear her cooking even more, and there's a feast up there at the bar already.
Tenzi will thank her and he will dig in. How many of these creatures would Ruckus eat? Just one or one and a half?
Probably one, because they're a large creature and he's a large creature, so he would probably eat, like the ass off of one and probably be satisfied. Because they're an 8 foot tall, like it's the size of an 8 foot tall man. So.
Right then, Zalman will go for his third. Zalman will go for his third one to try to skin.
Okay.
Messed up.
Whoops. So.
Like make a false cut, ripping it, and he'll turn to Ruckus. You want this one? And I think that will be it for us.
And there we go. So it just kind of splatters some blood everywhere as he kind of messes up on that. Whoopsie daisy. To back and to back again. There we go. And anything else for Tenzi and Company?
Nope.
All right. Bernie finishes kind of cleaning up this broken glass out here and moves on to this last one over here. And the good wife, 80, the mother-in-law, she starts like straightening up the chairs and stuff. And she comes in here and grabs some more food and sets it out on this banquet table over here. Cozy cabin map pack. There we go. And I guess I'll just remove Tough Hawk from the turn order because you guys don't even see him. Time now is 12 past 8. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Tenzi's enjoying the food. Zalman's going to try and get one more rug if he can. Yeah.
All right.
And Musashi's done, and he tells Tenzi that he's going to retire for the evening until it's his turn, until we're going to do the naps.
All right. And Bernie kind of finishes his cleanup on the glass. And it looks like he comes back in and just kind of starts cleaning up around the bar area, like rearranging things and pulling out mugs where he needs them and stuff like that. And it's about 13 after, and next up is Tenzi and Company.
I'm going to do one last try for animal rending. And Astro's going to move outside next to Zalmond and innately cast Cure Light Wounds on him.
All right.
Picks up some of them burns he's got. And that'll be it for us until probably till morning. Unless
All
something
right.
happens between now and then. Oh, well, I'm sorry, one more thing. Zalman's going to ask if it's okay if Ruckus sleeps in this room here, in the common room.
And Bernie says, "Oh, sure, that's quite all right. Yeah, you can let the wolf sleep in the middle of my bar. I don't mind. He's not going to take a shit on the floor, is he?"
Hopefully not.
All right. Well, as long as he's housebroken, I guess. I'll leave the door unlocked, of course, so he can slip outside and do his thing as he needs to.
Yeah, that'll be good. He takes care of himself pretty well.
All right. And anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope, that'll be it until.
All right, so go ahead and arrange yourselves for 5 a.m. the next day. So at that time, Bernie and his wife are going to be in bed. And 80 is probably going to be in bed as well. They don't really keep watch out here. They are going to lock their bedroom doors, though. And I will set the next encounter up real quick. Oh my, okay.
Yeah, Zalman just rested. Yeah, I think we're set up.
Okay. So, at 5 a.m., I believe the spellcasters would have completed their nap and, done all their memorization and whatnot. Looks like you have 3 people kind of on guard out in the bar.
Zalman's there. He's just resting and Ruckus is probably sleeping by the fire. Since Zalman's in a nap, he doesn't have to sleep, but he will just be resting there with Ruckus.
All right.
Let's see if Tenzi and Asriel are technically on watch.
All right. So, during the night, it starts raining, and the wind picks up real bad. It turns into a gale outside, so it's kind of stormy. It's not a storm per se. because it's just gale force winds with rain. And outside in the rain, you hear these ghastly sounds. So, time now is 5 a.m. December 1, 11 AE 5. And time goes -1. So yeah, time now is 5 a.m. First up is Tenzi and Company.
So we hear these noises. What direction do they seem to be coming from?
Right outside the door. And you take a look, and you can see feeding on the dead carcasses are creatures that look like this. Pale crawlers. And
Does Astral detect evil?
yes, disgusting cannibalistic evil. Because he looks outside immediately when he senses it, and hears that sound, and looks right into one of their eyes. This one here, you can see it plain as day, and it's looking right at him with glowing eyes.
Well, obviously Astral's going to move over there to slay it. So
Okay. Yes.
They are evil, my children. They must be destroyed.
Yeah. Yep.
My son, I cannot suffer them to live. My son.
And with that, let's take a 3-minute break. So we can use the restroom, get a snack, get a drink, get whatever, and I'm gonna refresh so my music doesn't skip anymore. So
Cool.
3 minutes, we'll be right back. Starting now. And we are back, and my music is not playing. The storm and combat Tresca. So it sounds like a storm, but it's not a storm. Combat of Tresca. And storm. So it's heavy rain outside and, you know, gale force winds. I've got some weather.
And I will need a few extra attacks.
Okay. So I need
3
to
for
slide those
Tenzi,
down.
1 for Ashriel, and 1 for Solomon.
So
I'm
three
sorry, Zalman will not need one because he's only moving this.
3 for Tenzi,
3 for Tenzi and 1 for Ashriel. That's it.
1 for Ashriel. Okay, and then I got to roll initiative for the crawlers. And they look just like the stories of pale crawlers, the cryptids from American folklore. I mean, they look like a gaunt, naked, gray-skinned, pale human, like with looks like a naked ass, and and they're kind of crawling on all fours, like they describe in the stories of the pale crawlers.
I'm done.
All right, time now is 5 a.m. Actually, it's going to be 5:01 because you had 1 round to react to what you encountered. First up is Zalmond.
Zalman will take a half move to get up. And he will attempt to mount Ruckus.
If you're seated in a chair, it doesn't take a half move to get up.
He was like he was. I had him supine. He was like sitting on the floor.
Oh.
Next, sitting next to Ruckus. Ruckus was also prone, so they both
Okay.
have to move to get up, and then
Laying down by the fire.
Exactly.
Okay. So Ruckus will still have his half move, which I'm sure is enough room to get to the pale crawlers. And as you go out, it looks like they're scavenging on the dead Bigfoots.
And they're evil. They gotta be destroyed.
Yes, indeedy. Alright, they are shieldless, and hopefully you rolled higher ground because you're mounted, because they are medium creatures.
Oh,
Yeah, medium.
I did not. I will re-roll. There we go.
Just a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It'll only take 5 seconds. And I'm back. Okay, so shield list -9 beats AC 5. And with a 15 on the die, you cause 14 damage to the pale crawler in front of you. Oh, with your heavy lance. Okay, so you make your charge attack, right? And you poke the pale crawler, just run him right through, right, with your lance. And you know, it stops him from eating everything, rocks him back on his on the 2 feet, and you can hear it go. And the wound begins to close again around the lance.
Uh-oh.
And next up is one of the pale crawlers, and it happens to be the one that you ran through with your lance, and he slides his body up the lance, grabs the lance, pulls towards you, grabs it again, pulls towards you, grabs again, pulls towards you, and gets within attack range. He is lower ground, however. And it attacks you with jagged claws. Let's make sure it says jagged claws. Yeah, it does. Alright.
On the bright side, his stone skin should still be in effect for another 50 minutes.
Okay. So in that case, one stone skin charge. Is broken by the pale crawler. It only makes one attack. Tenzi.
Oh. A half move and then a flying kick. Now, actually, I have to do a full move. 7, 8, 9. Move to there, 9 squares, and then he'll do a strength check and do a in-place flying kick, but it's not going to do any damage, right?
Right.
So that'll be it for him this turn.
Because when you do the flying kick, that's all you can do for the round?
No, but I can do other attacks, so I'll be able to do the size next time. But
Okay. Alright. This pale crawler is going to attack Tenzi, who is also protected by that stone skin.
would it take a charge because he has a cloak of displacement?
True, so it just automatically misses. Puffhawk wakes up and he is going to I guess, roll out of bed and grab his gear. Ashriel.
Eagerly comes out. A little disappointed about the wind, but he will stand by Tenzi's side, and he will attack the one in front of Tenzi using the Nodachi.
Oh yeah. 1 versus AC 5 here to cause 13 damage to the Pale Crawler.
That's it for him.
All right. This Pale Crawler is going to attack Ashriel, shattering 1 Stone Skin charge. The next Pale Crawler is going to run I guess around the back of these guys to Zaalmond and shatter 1 of his Stone Skin charges. And another Pale Crawler is also going to run around the back of these guys and up to Zaalmond and shatter another 1 of his Stone Skin charges. Tenzi.
Tenzi will gonna use he's gonna do a double psi attack. The first one will be against the one by Ruckus, and he's gonna use the psi of disruption.
Okay. Disruption. Okay. Shieldless. That's a natural 20. Without even damaging it, you blast it out of existence. It explodes. And pieces of bone and like skin and like black blood splatter everywhere.
Awesome. Then he'll use the first time it's ever worked. He'll use the left-handed one on the one in front of him as silver. Hopefully that will actually do something.
So this one in front of Ruckus?
No, that's the one he did the silver psi on.
Oh.
I mean the psi
Disruption.
Now he's doing the silver psi on the other guy.
Okay. All right. So shieldless, -11, beats AC 5, and you cause 17 damage to this Pale Crawler. Killing it. Go and describe how you do so.
So he kind of like crossed his arms. He used his right arm and reaches out and just explodes the one in front of Ruckus, and then switches. His left hand arm comes across and comes right across the head of the other one, just bashing in the side of it.
Okay, Ashriel.
Ashriel will. Well, there is one right by him, so he'll turn to that one. And he looks with pride on Tenzi after destroying 2 evil creatures in one
Oh.
fell swoop.
All right. Shield is 3 versus AC 5 hits, and you cause 9 damage to the Pale Crawler. Tenzi again.
So that was. But he has movement left, so he will step up to this one and try to finish it off with Sigh of Disruption. And another crit. Wow.
Another crit, and you blast it out of existence. With an explosion, bits of bone, skin, and blood just blast everywhere. Kind of covering you guys with like black blood, but the rain quickly washes it off, and then Tenzi again.
You can do right to there and one more shot.
Alright, shieldless, -8. There's AC 5 hits, and you blast it out of existence. It explodes. Okay, end of round. I guess I'll roll morale for the Pale Crawler. And it keeps on fighting, so now we're in initiative phase. Unless someone was waiting.
Nope.
Any more rolls?
I'm done.
Okay. So time now is 5:02 a.m. First up is the Pale Crawler, who is right behind Zalmond, and he is going to attack Zalmond with Jagged Claws. Zalmond is out of Stone Skin charges. Shorter melee, lower ground because Zalmond is mounted, and then -2 because it's evil, and it's within Zalamon's thing. And no damage roll modifier that I can think of. And of course, it is Zalamon's back. 5 versus AC 4 misses because Zalamond is mounted. The creature just can't reach him. So it like jumps up to claw at him with jagged claws.
Yeah.
And misses him completely. And it's a good thing you did, because if you read...
I just read
yeah,
that, yes.
each blow that the Pale Crawler lands drains 1 level from the victim, reducing hit dice, class bonuses, spell abilities, and so forth.
And Zalman's like right on the edge of leveling right now, so that would be horrible.
Yeah, but it's a one-shot, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. Zalman will turn, having dropped the lance, and try to apply the sword to him.
The only thing that's permanent in a one-shot is the experience that you gain from it. That's
Oh,
the
okay,
only
cool.
thing, yeah. So he kind of flips around in his saddle. That's going to take a riding check.
Okay.
And he passes with flying colors. The Pale Crawler is shieldless, so that's a natural 20, and you cause 25 damage to the Pale Crawler, killing it. Go ahead and describe how you do so.
So he kind of slides his feet out of his stirrups and just spins, uses his shield to kind of help him push around. And as he comes around, the sword comes around and just beheads the creature.
Okay. And there were 5 Pale Crawlers. They're worth 1,400 points each. I think there were 5. Yeah, pretty sure there were 5.
Yeah.
So 5 Pale Crawler. 1,400 apiece. 1 player character. 2 NPCs. All 5 were defeated. And they have 4 plus 3 hit dice, which comes out to 5 actually, because every plus 3 counts as an extra hit die. Number of warriors and bards is 2, I believe. And next up is Tenzi and Company, as combat is apparently over.
Tenzi takes a moment to thank Ushas for this precious gift of this sigh of disruption. Zalman will dismount and kind of check these creatures over to see if they might have any items on them. And Asriel is very happy with his son's performance in this battle. That will be it.
And they are completely naked. They look like possibly a human person that has been kind of cursed or like level drained or something, and it has shrunken their like skin so that's like really tight around them. There's virtually no fat on their body, you can see their blood vessels and their bony, ridged backs, like it's like their spine is sticking out, and their face is skull-like and very gaunt, and it looks like they've lost some toes and fingers, because I guess they only have 3 toes and 2 fingers somehow. Yeah. So it looks like a undead human almost. And they're completely naked and not carrying anything, not keystering anything. Let's see.
And with that, Zalman levels.
Very nice. And even with a spellcraft check, they have nothing useful. You can see their tracks, leading off to the west, but the rain is quickly washing them away, and as well as the footprints of the Bigfoots. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope.
Okay. So Tough Hawk, he comes running out of the bar, and he said he's like panting.
Did I miss it? The fight. Oh. Pale crawlers. This is not good. And the rain. Look, it's washing away all the footprints. It's going to be very difficult for me to track now.
We'll have to do the best we can in the morning in the light.
I suppose so. Alright. Since we're gonna wait, I'll go back to bed. Thank you for waiting, by the way. I'm very tired.
Get your rest, my friend.
That I will. I'll see you in a few hours.
And Tough Hawk goes back inside. Time now is 5:03 a.m. And it is Tenzi and company again.
Right. Ash will go back to where he was sitting on the bar stool, but Tenzi is going to take a seat next to this fire to try to warm up from the rain, dry out, and Zalmond and Ruckus will lay by the fire again as they were.
And it's a nice and hot fire. You guys are able to get, dried off and whatnot. And some time goes by. And let's see. All right, so the wind gets even worse. And now it's a full-blown storm. So the wind is like whooshing through the door, and it's like flapping. You can hear lightning outside. And eventually the sun comes up, but it's still storming. So daylight on. And time now is 7 a.m. and it's time to leave. The storm has made it really difficult to track. Tough Hawk is kind of outside waiting on his horse by 7. And he's leading his horse by the reins and kind of looking down at the ground, looking for any signs of tracks left in the rain, because it's been, hours since it started raining. By 7 in the morning, that is 11 hours of rain. So Tendy and Company.
We will come out to join him. Go grab the horses.
All right. By now, his moats are gone, and everyone's stone skin is gone as well.
Yeah.
You can see that Tough Hawk is injured.
Right, so I'll get up by him, get our horses out here. Musashi.
You look up and down the road, and there's nobody. Not a soul. Off in the distance, you can see the purple mountains. So that's what it looks like at night, but right now you can see it in the daytime. And the stone is literally purple, like you've never seen before.
That'll be it for us this turn.
All right. So you make your way west. And there's a little bit of forest in between you and the mountains. So, you make it into the forest for about an hour. Oh, go ahead and arrange your party. Let's see, ranger, tracking. Okay. Modifiers to tracking. Fine. Tracking. So every 12 hours since the trail was made, it is -1. Every hour of rain, snow, or sleet is -5. I'm going to say tracking is impossible at this point, because that would be -55. Well, I guess he could roll a 20.
He he could try to track the pale crawlers because that was only a couple hours ago. I mean,
Yeah,
might be a slightly better chance.
sure. That was 5, so that's -15. Yeah, he's unable to track him. He just can't find the trail. He like
Okay.
tracks him for like 100 yards and then it's gone. But you can see the Purple Mountains from here. Obviously, they came from that direction. So there's that. You could get lucky and stumble across their lair or whatever.
Yeah. We'll just head out that way. Let him guide us to what he thinks is the best trail to get to the mountains.
So guys, I'm sorry I lost the trail. It's been raining too hard. But I can take you up into the mountains. Maybe we'll find something. We could get lucky.
We could indeed. Lead on, my friend.
Okay. Hey, it's this way. We'll ride hard.
And so you're all mounted up and everything. You guys get into the forest, and it's still stormy and rainy. Still lots of rain coming down. And you're walking along. And it's kind of dark in this forest because of the rain clouds and, the canopy. So it's kind of hard to see a little bit. Not much light's getting in. And for some people, your infravision is kicking on. And So you're walking along. And you just run right into a war band. And it looks like they are kind of fanned out, walking through the woods. And they look like they're armed with short bows. And there are some male, some female. And it looks like there is an older one among them. Most of them seem to be like in their late teens to early 20s, except for this gal. She looks like she's about late 30s to early 40s, and her hair's starting to go gray. So she looks like that. And, you see them and they see you, and they all crouch, and they draw arrows. And this gal, she says,
Who are you? Why are you in our forest?
And Tenzi will call out. Well, he'll hold up at both hands, showing he has no weapons in him, and say, "We are just traveling to the Purple Mountains. I am Tenzi. Some call me Grandmaster Tenzi the Hooded. And we are traveling, and these are my companions, along with my friend Tough Hawk."
It is good that you're not armed, for we would have shot you.
As I said, we're just passing through. We mean no harm.
If you wish to pass through our lands, you'll have to pay a tribute. What do you have?
What do you accept in tribute?
We will take your gold.
And Tenzi will kind of, he doesn't show the extent of his gold, but he reaches in and pulls out 10 gold pieces. And he says, "Here, I have a gold piece for each of us." And he shows there's a pile of 10 in his hand. Each of us, meaning the animals and the riders.
Go, dear, go.
she says to this brave here. And he nods. comes over and he picks up the gold. Did you say you drop it on the ground?
Well, I had it in my hand. When he comes, I'll just pour it into his outstretched hands.
And he turns around and he says,
Raintooth, they insult us with only 10 gold coins.
and this one, supposedly named Raintooth, she laughs and says,
Huh. Enough for one of you to pass. Do not insult us again.
I suggest you take the 10 gold and consider your day lucky. You seem to be a wise warrior, and you should know that wasting the lives of these young people is not worth more than 10 gold.
okay, target the NPC, target the PC. I'm going to give you +1 because you did pay. She kind of squints at you and says,
If we take your tiny payment, what guarantee do you have that you will not cause trouble as you pass through our lands?
she looks at you sideways.
All you have is my word, and just as all I have is your word.
You have a deal, but we will accompany you through our lands and make sure that you leave as quickly as possible. You will not rest until you reach the other side. Is that clear?
That is acceptable to me.
And Gold Deer takes the 10 coins from your hand and comes over to Raintooth and gives it to her. And Gold Deer turns around and says,
I will be watching you. Even though you have the great Tough Hawk with you, you are not welcome here. And you will leave as soon as possible, or I will kill you all.
and they kind of, walk with you as you pass through. And it's only a few more miles till you get to the other side of their land or whatever. And you get up into the mountains by probably about noon. So it's 8 o'clock in the morning right now. Yeah, about four hours pass, and you get through. So it's just like maybe, a ridge or two of forest, and you are up into the Purple Mountains. And once you reach the edge of the mountains, where the ridge line ends, tree line, at the tree line, the edge, timber line, right? That's what it's called, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
At the edge of the timber line, they're like,
Go, get the fuck out of here and don't come back.
Denzi will ignore that and say to Raintooth, we lived by our word, and so did you. Please remember this if we ever meet again.
And Raintooth says,
Perhaps you'd better wish that it is me that you encounter, and not someone else who is more warlike than I.
You have proven yourself to be a wise leader. Hopefully others will see your wisdom.
and so now you're up in the mountains. And the stone is purple as a flower. It's like a dark, dark purple. So it's not bright like a violet. I guess. Well, violet would be darker than purple, right? Yeah.
Redder. Violet's kind of redder, right?
Okay. So it's more blue than red. It's like real dark purple. And let's see, random encounters, temperate wilderness, mountains, December 1. All right, so once you get up to a certain height, the rain stops and the storm goes away, and you're above the clouds now. And the weather becomes favorable, but the temperature drops. It's cold as fuck. And you can see Tough Hawk kind of shivering. And he reaches into his he's got like a saddlebag, and he pulls out this like purple fur blanket and wraps it around himself, and it warms him. And he looks around, and I don't think any of you have ever seen purple fur before. And he goes,
What?
Zalmond will say, "Yo, what kind of creature you get that from?"
This fur comes from the purple buffalo. The people on the fruited plain hunt the purple buffalo. Have you never seen the purple buffalo before?
No.
Oh. They roam the fruited plains by the millions. Have you never heard their rumble from a distance? Have you never seen their calves grazing?
Have not.
They grow big from the fat off the land. There are many, many of them. And they keep our people strong.
and so you reach a spot where you're able to camp in the mountains. So all that rain bullshit goes away. You're now way up in the purple mountains, and they're literally purple. So I'm gonna do one of these. Whoops. Let's.
camps.
So I'm gonna tint. And you find a nice spot where you can camp over here. And, you know, you kind of look around and there's like white snow and all the stone is purple. And so Tough Hawk kind of hops down and he builds a fire. And says,
Well, we haven't found their lair, but maybe we'll see something special up here. These mountains are beautiful.
Yes, they are.
and you kind of look out at the sky, and you can see far off into the distance the sun is beginning to set, and there comes a time of twilight. But not before Tough Hawk is able to start a fire. He brought some wood up from the timberline. Light sources, campfire. So he starts a campfire, and kind of pitches a tent, and his tent is kind of special. It's round and it's really tall. It's probably about 10 feet across, and it's open at the top, and he places it around his own fire, and you can see smoke rising. From inside his tent. And that's too big. There we go. After a minute, he goes inside. And you kind of hear him yawn. And after a while, you hear snoring coming from inside. And, hours pass. When you start camping, it's about 7 p.m. And go ahead and set yourself up for 9 p.m. And go ahead and roll percentile dice. Okay. So I think by 9 p.m. you guys are finished with both naps. And I think most people are awake.
No.
No?
We do the first nap at 8.
Okay, so
So
this
at
is at 9.
Yeah.
This is during the second nap. Let's see.
That would be Musashi sleeping.
See, I guess.
And Zalma. Then the guard shift.
So there's no clouds above you, right? But sheet lightning starts to streak across the sky. And there we go. Let's see if this sounds right. Yeah, okay. So sheet lightning starts to streak across the sky. And because of that, I'm going to give you guys +1 to your surprise. And I'm going to give them a +1. Okay, so there's no surprise. Alright, so northwest of you. About 42 squares out. You see this creature flying towards you. And it seems to be catching the lightning in its beak as it flies towards you. Like lightning is streaking down right in front of it, and it's sort of like eating it. So he looks like that. And first up is Tenzi and Company. It is 9 p.m. December 1st, 11 AE 5. Time goes -1. Yep, so Tenzi and Company.
Right, Tenzi was kind of looking vaguely in that direction and sees it. He points it out to Ashrael. And
My son. It appears to be some kind of bird.
but what is it doing with the lightning?
My son. It looks like it is eating the lightning. My son.
We've seen a lot of weird things in our travels, but this could be right up there near the top of the list.
Hey, anything else for Tenzi and Company?
We'll just keep an eye on it as long as it's up and flying with the lightning. Poses no direct threat to us, so that'll be it.
Alright. Kind of hear a yawn coming from the big round tent. And there's some rustling. And Tough Hawk comes out. He's rubbing his eyes, looking around. Okay, end of round. First up is Tenzi and Company.
Seeing Tough Hawk point out the creature in the sky.
And the creature comes a little closer. Looks like it's flying at about a rate of about 24. So it actually gets a lot closer. Right about here. And as it gets closer, you can see that it's pretty big. It's like 12 feet tall, so it's got like, 24, 30-foot wingspan, something like that. It seems to be eating lightning strikes all the way. All right. And you said you pointed out to Tough Hawk?
Yeah.
Oh, he runs over and he says,
Oh, what a stroke of luck. That there is the Thunderbird. Perhaps he knows the way to the Bigfoot Cave or the Peel Crawler Cave or lair.
Tenzi says, I have never seen one of these creatures before. It is friendly?
They are cooperative. Though not super friendly. I wouldn't say they were friendly, no, but we may be able to speak with it.
And he starts casting a spell. So if you have, let's see,
Spellcraft.
spellcraft or religion, because it seems to be a divine spell.
Tenzi uses spellcraft.
All right. So it seems to be a druidic spell called Speak with Animals. Uh, anything else for Tenzi and Company?
No.
Okay. End of round. And the Thunderbird kind of comes over. And its altitude at this point is probably about 50 feet above the surface on which you guys are standing. So, actually, we'll say it's 25 feet. So yeah, that jet will be accurate. And as it passes by, Tough Hawk shouts out to it. In between the lightning strikes, he shouts out,
Great Thunderbird, won't you stay with us for a while and warm yourselves by our fire?
and you can hear the Thunderbird sort of, squawk. And it immediately begins descending. And lands right about here. Turns around. Okay, Tenzi and Company.
Um, I think we're just gonna let Tough Hawk do his thing for now. See if he can talk to it.
So the creature is noticeably slower when on foot. And Tough Hawk waves the Thunderbird over. And the Thunderbird starts hopping over. And it's able to get around Ruckus and comes over to the fire and begins sort of drying itself, well, not drying itself off, but warming itself by the fire. It's completely dry. You guys are above the cloud layer. And it sort of like fans its wings over the fire. It's a large creature, about, like I said, about 12 feet tall. Probably about the same size as a giant eagle. Roughly, give or take. And then its feathers scintillate electrically between red and blue. And you can see this crackling energy passing from feather to feather as its feathers scintillate red and blue. Red and blue. Kind of like a neon sign. Or like one of those bug zapper lights. Maybe like a combination of the two, neon light with bug zapper. And it doesn't speak or anything, but it seems to be listening intently to what Tough Hawk has to say. Okay, end of round. Tenzi and Company.
Ashrill will telepathically listen in on the conversation.
Okay. So, Tough Hawk is literally speaking the common tongue, but right now, the Thunderbird is able to understand him because he cast Speak with Animals. So Tough Hawk says,
Great Thunderbird, my friend. Thank you for stopping to warm yourself by our fire. We wanted to ask you a few questions if you don't mind.
And the bird kind of squawks. And it actually nods its head slowly, like yes. And Tough Hawk says,
Great Thunderbird. The day passed. My friends and I here came afoul of some pale crawlers and some Bigfoots. We are wondering if you knew where either of their lairs were.
and again, the Thunderbird nods and and Tough Hawk says,
Great Thunderbird, could you show us the location?
and the Thunderbird nods.
Great Thunderbird, we are planning on leaving by morning. Would you guide us then and stay with us for the night?
Says the Thunderbird, and he nods slowly and sort of turns around and puts his tail feathers over the fire, warming his legs and like posterior. And end of round. Tenzi and Company.
Ashrael will tell Tenzi what is going on. And Tenzi will just be like observing the Thunderbird.
Ashriel can sense it's, I think he can speak psychically with any creature, so Ashriel senses the Thunderbird's thoughts and it's saying, yes, I'll show you. What's more, I will show you the lair of the cave of the great old ones. For it is nearby. Anything else for Tenzi and company?
Nope.
All right. Anything you wanted to do before morning? And I'm gonna have to end the session here because today I have to take my girlfriend to work. So I will give you experience points for the Thunderbird. Thunderbird is actually worth quite a bit. 22,600 points. And that is one Thunderbird. 22,600.
She's probably going to level as well.
One player character. 2 NPCs. None of it wasn't defeated, so no hit dice. But you did get a nice chunk of experience out of that. And I'm going to place you back onto the landing page. Okay. And I hate to cut it short, but I really have to go right now.
Great.
So hopefully you're able to get your levels that you wanted.
Yep, I think both of them did.
Right on. All right.
Yep.
And we're going to raid into, hopefully, Lord Gosumba if he's on. Nope. But my friend Jiggy. He's playing Pokemon Scarlet. And this will get anyone who follows the raid into Jiggy's channel a couple hundred extra channel points, I'm sure. And here we go. All right.